this week's Train Sim live stream, the focus is on the Northwest, the Peak District, South Yorkshire and the East Midlands. First up, a rather underpowered Class 31 and a Preston service to Blackpool North. Then over to Blackpool South for a bouncy ride in the Pacer to Ormskirk. To Manchester Piccadilly in a Class 185 run to Sheffield. And then from Sheffield, a HST journey to Leicester via Derby. Sit back, relax and enjoy the ride. Hello, good afternoon, should I say good evening really. Another Train Sim stream, and we're going to be taking in Train Sim World 5 and Train Sim Classic, and we've got 4 runs set up in place, and as I mentioned, we're kind of covering the Northwest, we're covering the Peak District into Derbyshire, across to South Yorkshire, and then the East Midlands. So let's get things underway with a look on Train Sim World 5. Hope everybody doing well on this Sunday afternoon. Started off a bit windy and blustery, but it's all okay now. And we're going to start off with that run on the Blackpool branches. It's a bit of an unofficial Just Trains stream in actual fact, because all of the routes that we're showing are very much Just Trains products, and they've done pretty well over the last few years. Obviously not promoting them in any way, but we have had some fabulous content from them, I have to say. Apologies, I've started a little bit late, a couple of minutes down on the evening, but hope everybody doing well and looking forward to what we have in store today. So I'm going to drive a Class 31 actually. And I did have a little test on it earlier on, because it's an absolute age since I've driven this particular train, and I have to say it could be a bit of a struggle. It's a, what was the one I identified, the 0724 I think it was. So it's a Stranraer Harbour to Blackpool North, but of course we're going to be taking it from Preston. One of those sort of autumnal mornings. Plenty of stuff to come out this week. We've got the new upgraded timetable if you're a PC owner anyway for West Coast Main Line South. That promises to be an absolutely storming improvement, sterling improvement I should say, to the route really. Right, so let's have a look at this. It's interesting, it kind of shows us from the other end, and I suppose as it's arrived in from Preston, that's the end it would have come in at. Because it would have come from south, from Scotland, from Stranraer, and it would have been an electric for pretty much most of the journey. And you look at this rather dirty looking cab. Let's get the master key on. Go into forward. And let's get the doors open. I've kind of reminded myself, I've written down the numbers, the letters for the doors, because I keep confusing myself when I'm doing the streams and mixing between Train Sim Classic and Train Sim World, between the two. So we are due away at 07:26, and then we are non-stop to Blackpool North. Tried out a scenario as well a little bit later in the day, but I wasn't overly impressed by the colours actually. So I thought I'd try out a fairly early morning service that just looks pretty nice. So we're hoping to do roughly about 3 or 4 hours or thereabouts for the 4 runs. We'll see how things go. And I'll say it early, but if you're liking the video and you're new to the channel, then please like and subscribe. I'd be incredibly grateful for that. And we'll get the doors closed and then we'll get underway. Lovely to hear the guard's whistle as well. That feels like it's something that you remember. Now I think that the secret with this really is not to overdo that ammeter, that 4th dial down. And that way we might be able to get some speed up a little bit. It's kind of flitting between 25 and 35 out of the station. About a year now since this route first came out, and I still thoroughly enjoy running this route. And of course the British Rail Blue days, kind of my sort of era really, from the 80s. Loving this early morning sunshine. Look at that golden sunshine in the early morning out of Preston. Tell you what we haven't done, we haven't put the AWS on. And what you have to do with this is actually do it from here. That's the lever. Didn't get a ping then, did we? Oddly, I don't know why that was. Don't know. A nice pacer there on the right hand side. We will be driving the pacer next on a run from Blackpool South through. Hello, Zed and JJ. Oh, well, don't worry about that. I mean, Sunday lunch is much more important, I think, than watching a train sim stream. And hi, welcome back again. It's very good to see another returning viewer again. Hope you're doing well on this Sunday afternoon. It's kind of on the shake, rattle and roll on this thing as well. I love the noises that you get driving this. Loving the autumn colours. I think the problem was when I kind of tried it out a little bit. I'm not sure there is at the moment. I'm not sure there is. I think there will be more, hopefully. Well, actually, no, it says... it does say 7. So I think we are building. Yeah, there are a few more, but there's just you chatting at the moment. Yeah, I think we got 7 in at the moment, which is excellent. So anybody else would like to throw a comment in, then would be much appreciated. It's lovely to chat to people along the way. Such an attention to detail that went into this route. I can't believe it's a year ago as well. And how time flies. Time flies when you're having fun, as they say. But then the weekends go fast as well. And we have got a couple of likes as well. Thank you very much for the likes. Of course, we are going back in time really with this run back to the 1980s, but we'll have a whole spectrum in terms of timing though, because with the next run, okay, that's in the 80s as well with the Pacer, but then we'll go more or less to the present day with the run to Sheffield on the South Transpennine from Manchester Piccadilly to Sheffield. And then finally Sheffield to Leicester, and that's from a few years back because it was East Midlands trains with the HST. Of course, they're not in use now. I still feel as though as well, for all the fact I've owned this route for 12 months, you know, virtually since, there's a tanker train as well. That's a good sight, and I think that's at a 47 at the helm. Yeah, I think for all the fact that I've owned it 12 months, I've probably done more kind of routes from Blackpool south than I have done any. I always say this, but surprising sometimes just how little you get the chance to play on these routes. There's so much variety. I mean, that's another reason for doing the streams, because I mean, I enjoy doing the streams and talking to interested enthusiasts, but it's also just good opportunity to spend a bit of time actually just driving it. Interesting sun effect, isn't it? That just kind of that shimmering effect. Interesting, but when you press the 8 button, it's actually showing the train as though it is from the back, and I say that all falls back to the fact that essentially did I get away with that signal then? I think I might have done, you know. Because we don't have AWS generally on this route, then it's massively speeding here. Well, if it gives me a gold medal after this run, then something's not quite right. As an intercity liveried 47. I wonder if that's, well, it's probably also on cross-country type train, given the Mark II carriages, I suppose. Having said that, I think they're all Mark II carriages, aren't they, on this add-on? Again, just easing the power up a little bit. Yeah, I must keep a more careful eye on these signals, because there are no AWS ramps. The only AWS that's on the route is in the Preston area. It's going to be quite a short run though, this. I mean, we're only 7 miles away from Blackpool North. But it's kind of a nice little run because you get the chance to do reasonably fast running, but you almost get the feeling of it being a secondary line of any importance as well. I mean, I love the Tees Valley line and the North Transpennine old route as well in British Rail Blue that we have for Train Sim World. Can't remember how many of these 31s that were built, but I find it astonishing really to think even into the 1980s that AWS wasn't actually automatically in place completely across the railway network, and that there were even quite significant lines that didn't have AWS. I mean, it feels like such an important safety feature that was really strange. And if you're new to the channel, again, welcome aboard. And I've been doing this for a few weeks now, the live streams, but there's also plenty of content of recorded videos as well that you can watch, both all sorts of eras really, and right across the country. So yeah, please take a look, and if you're liking the channel and you're enjoying watching the streams and the videos, and you want to like and subscribe, and also click that notifications button as well, because it'll tell you when the next stream is going to be coming on, which at the moment pretty much the idea is 5 o'clock every Sunday. It's been like that for the last month or so. Now we are downhill. And we must keep an eye on these signals, because it's quite possible we could get held just outside Blackpool North as well. So we have to be not too blasé about this. We've got clear signals on the semaphores. This sort of autumnal look. I mean, in my part of the world, it's not been such a bad day actually, and I know some places in the country they've had the storms. Started off a bit grisly, but it's turned out really nice. Not maybe as quite as nice as it is on this particular ride. Got a 50 coming up. Not an amazing sound though. I mean, you don't hear that in real life too often these days. I hope, by the way, the sounds of the trains is coming through loud and clear. It's always that balance. Oh, hello there. Welcome, AVIC fan, and yes, enjoyed. Well, I haven't had a chance to watch your video properly yet, but I love the idea of the District Line run on the West Coast Main Line. And I think you said it's a scenario of Creators Club. But I must give that a try because I like the District Line train on the Island Line. It's pretty good. Now that line to the right, I think that's where we branch off to. Is that where you take the oil trains to Burtnays? But I always enjoy any videos where it's something that bit different, a little bit different than the norm, and certainly that District Line run is a bit like that. I mean, I know the D-stop trains never really rode on the West Coast Main Line, but ah, right, I see. You created the scenario. Oh, excellent. Excellent. That's really good. That's really good. I must admit, you won up on me there because I've not sat down and created scenarios yet. Is he particularly difficult to do? I guess it's just time, really, and planning it all out and all this, that, and the other. Yeah, I must give it a go. I mean, it did occur to me, and again, you get these ideas, but you never get round to these things. But with the Manchester Piccadilly to Hadfield and Glossop line, I sort of thought, well, there's a Don Coffey video on there. It'd be quite good to actually create the run with basically all the stop that's and the trains as they appear on the video. I should imagine you get quite a bit of enjoyment out of creating something on the scenario on Creators Club. Hello, Amazed Taze, and welcome again, another returning viewer. And I'm very well, mate. Hope you are too. Closing stretch now into Blackpool North. Hope the sound's okay. You're trying to get that balance. You want the trains to come through nice and loud and clear, but hopefully you can hear me as well. But with these diesels, they can be noisy old things. Yeah, completely agree. I have to say, I'm really looking forward to that, to see a full timetable. They've put in a fabulous amount of effort. I've watched a lot of the videos and it looks absolutely amazing. It's kind of not just the timetable as well. They've put such a huge amount of work in terms of the upgrades of the scenery and this, that and the other. Still not watching these signals properly. So if we get into Blackpool North without coming a cropper, then we'll be quite lucky, really. Yeah, absolutely. I believe there is, which is good. I mean, I did the 805 a couple of weeks ago on the stream just as a free roam out of Euston, but to actually have it as part of the timetable and to have them coming to and from Euston and Milton Keynes, that's pretty good. And I think they basically said they've put them in all the ones that exist in the timetable. I think there's perhaps a few Bakerloo line services that are missing, but that's about the lot. And it might be that, who knows, they might even add some services before it's released, but I don't know, that might just be wishful thinking. But certainly all the Goblin line trains are on there, all the 390s, all the 350 services. Yeah, I think basically we got a cautionary aspect from the signal, and then I should have been slowing down, but that's just about gone up. Well, you can see Blackpool Tower in the background. And by hook or by crook, we've made it. Quite like driving this Class 31 though, I must admit. I love the sounds and the feeling of these old engines, which just take a bit more driving than some of the more modern stock. We've got a pacer up ahead of us, but we'll be taking a pacer out from Blackpool South in a moment. Yeah, it'd be good. I mean, over time it'd be quite decent if we got kind of not just container trains as well, but that's fine, isn't it? You know, it's I mean, what they've done in just a short space of, what is it, 2-3 weeks or something, is absolutely incredible. Amazing collaboration. Oh, we've got a pacer there in the old chocolate and cream. I think they call those skippers because they were originally brought out for use in Cornwall, totally unsuitable for the Cornwall branches. It's a nice early morning ride from Preston through to Blackpool North, so only what, about half an hour or so. So yeah, enjoyed that run, and I feel as though I must kind of take more advantage of Blackpool branches and do more runs, you know, not necessarily always on the stream, but I feel as though I've underplayed it because it's a fabulous route. You might have thought they'd be... Well, there you are, you see. I've got a gold medal. And then, bear in mind, I nearly derailed the thing going through that junction where it was 30 mile an hour at going about 50 odd miles an hour. Welcome to Blackpool. Love the little red rose thing there. And again, you've got these. This is what we kind of used to have with the departure screens. They're quite old-fashioned now, but they looked quite advanced at the time when it first came out. What's that say about intercity sleepers? Now available with Saver fares. Love as well that they put in the old Traveller's Fare buffet as well. That was the old Traveller's Fare. That was the only kind of food outlets you used to get in the 80s. Ooh, we got a. Oh, I've eaten that gingerbread. Oh, well, I've enjoyed that. That was very nice. Love a bit of gingerbread. And the ticket office, and at least you see it's the 1980s, so the clerk is studiously looking at helping customers rather than looking at his phone. Of course, we're a little bit now banking into people, a bit too far away to actually wander out too far out of the station. We can't go down to the seafront. We will be able to at Morecambe when we get the new Preston Carlisle route. But good to see a kind of a typical coloured bus from the era. Okay, so that's the first run anyway. Again, you know, it's a little bit of a habit, but I tend to just close the game down between runs. Just in case we overload the memory or something like that. Coming up on Power Flower Trains and Planes. Over to Blackpool South for a bouncy ride in the Pacer to Ormskirk. To Manchester Piccadilly in a Class 185 run to Sheffield. And then from Sheffield, a HST journey to Leicester via Derby. Sit back, relax and enjoy the ride. One thing I haven't quite worked out yet is how to load up those videos without the menu coming up, and you should be able to do it with the Streamlabs software, but that's something that's not quite worked out for me yet. Okay, so over to the Pacer then now. I'm looking forward to this, actually. I think it's over an hour, the ride from Blackpool South to Ormskirk. I just find it amazing, actually, these modders. I mean, I think there's something like, there's 2 or 3 of them, isn't there, that have put together that mod for West Coast Mainline South, and they must have been working on it flat out for the last 3 weeks. Now, what service did I work out we could do? That was it, 9:28. That's the one, I think. So an hour and 6 minutes, actually. Horrible things to ride on. I mean, you can see for reference there's the Blackpool Tower again in the background. It always feels a bit of a ramshackle old station, this Blackpool South. Again, let's get the master key in. And we'll get the AWS switched on properly this time. That's it. But again, we don't really get any AWS until we get to Preston anyway. Oh, we must also get the destination blind set up as well. So let's get that set up to Ormskirk. That should do it. Yeah, we're about right. We need to get the light switched on as well. The instrument panel's already on. Heated screen. Yeah, might as well, haven't we? It's a bit cold. Cab light we don't need. Destination light, we'll put it on, although it's obviously quite light. And then more importantly, markers I think should do us for the daytime, shouldn't they? We're due away at 09:30. There's bus door. There we go. Yeah, it's B for the respond to the guard. So Squires Gate is next. I mean, I'd have been happy if Blackpool branches had been released as just Preston to Blackpool, but having this branch in as well was just exceptional. And again, they've done a wonderful job, the Just Trains people, and representing how kind of ramshackle and a little bit feeling neglected at this moment in time, this route. Don't know what it's like now. Of course, the Pacer was built from the Leyland National Bus Company, and basically they pretty much built a Leyland National Bus and put it on to made it into a train. Of course, there's no proper bogies as well. This is amazing inside, isn't it? Here's the Pleasure Beach. Of course, there's no big one because we're talking about 1986, but just to see all, and they've not just put a couple of random fair rides in, but to put all the representative roller coasters, and if you're lucky you'll actually see a ride going along as well and see the cars. Not that time though. We mustn't forget we've got the announcements on this thing as well that you have to press.
The next stop is Squires Gate.
So we bounce our way across the track. You always get the feeling as well as a driver when you've not driven, even a train sim, when you've not driven one of these routes for an absolute age. Just kind of trying to remember where the stations are, and okay, it obviously gives you a bit of a help with the platform marker. Bit of a swift stop there. We shouldn't have really gone into emergency. Hear the seagulls in the background. So again, thanks to all the regulars watching and tuning in again, and thanks to anybody new that's watching, and you're quite welcome to put some comments in, and as you've seen, people will respond and reply. I'll try and do that verbally. I suppose the only thing that's slightly unrealistic, of course, is that we've got the guard telling us the doors are closed, but of course he should be closing the doors for us, but that's a little bit of a train sim world bug. So St Anne's on the Sea is next, which of course is the gateway to Lytham St Anne's. Yep, welcome back again. I do love that thumbnail, I have to say, with the old D-stock. Do miss those D-stocks with the single doors getting on a tube from Wimbledon. Quite a nice time of the year actually to drive Blackpool branches in autumn. You can see all the sand dunes and everything over yonder, kind of lit up. That's quite nice, I like that. And I mean the other great thing as well, I mean this particular run could easily, I mean even, it was great to even get the Blackpool South branch in at all, but to get Blackpool South and Blackpool North to Preston was one thing, but then to say no, we're going to extend it out to Ormskirk as well, absolutely amazing. Of course this was their first release, and we've got very soon the West Coast main line over Shap. Of course there's been plenty of photos of that coming along, including some shots of Morecambe as well this week.
The next stop is St Anne's on the Sea.
I love this dilapidated feel about the station, and kind of you can see very much there was a time when it was in greater glory. Like these long platforms as well, could probably accommodate about 9 carriages, couldn't they? And those little touches as well, you know, that heap of sand over there, and the skip, the cones. Busy old train despite all that, isn't it? There's quite a few people waiting for it. Amstel and Fairhaven next. Let's have a quick look at the stops because there's quite a few. What's next? Then Lytham. I mean, I'm kind of saying that with Lytham and St Anne's, but of course, I suppose they're two distinct places. You kind of forget that, or I forget that anyway. Moss Side, Kirkham and Wesham, Preston. And we get that token exchange before Croston, Ruskland, Burscough Junction, and then Ormskirk. So arrival 10:34, just under an hour's journey. I love how you can kind of hear the gears notching up, but you don't have to actually select the gears, it's auto gears. I mean, with the, if you're driving the 101, you have to actually change the gears manually. Hope nobody's getting motion sickness on this drive. Trying to not get too overconfident. Just trying to get that balance right, because the brakes are pretty decent, but on the other hand, we don't want to go storming into the platform. I'm going to be a bit behind schedule actually. I mean, I think a number of people have said that the sounds on Train Sim Classic, they believe, are better, and there might be more variety and everything, but I think things like the track joint sounds on Train Sim World, I don't know, it just sounds to me more like on Train Sim World you get stereo, and on Train Sim Classic it sounds more like mono. Love the old screeching sound as well as we come into the stop. Should remember that, B for buzzer. Certainly the first outing I've had on Blackpool branches since I've had Train Sim World 5. I've gradually downloaded most of the stuff. I only downloaded the San Bernardino or whatever it's called the other night, simply because it's prerequisite for the timetable mod for the West Coast Main Line. South on Tuesday. I mean, if I get the chance, I might do a very quick run, but I don't know whether that'll be Tuesday or Wednesday, and I'm kind of thinking perhaps next Sunday do a proper run. Quite looking forward to doing the HSD on one of the Network Rail trains as well, in that lovely yellow livery. And we should be able to count the number of 710 services we see between Euston and Watford Junction as well. Got a kind of feeling the only reason I'm not overshooting the platforms is because, despite the fact we're a very small 2-car train, it's the platforms are very, very long. Most of them, in times gone by, had 2 platforms as well. Moss Side is next, not to be confused with Moss Side of Manchester fame. But yeah, if you've ever been on a Leyland National bus back in the 70s or the 80s, you'll absolutely remember the sounds that this thing is creating. I know the Pacers were built because British Rail really weren't allowed to build new trains, and it was kind of trying to find a cheap way of doing it. The government of the day weren't massive train fans, it has to be said. So they thought they worked in collaboration, and I think they came up, the original one, we had the first main productions with the 141s, and they looked even more like the bus. I remember years ago having a Hornby model of this 142 in these exact colours, and absolutely loved riding that on the old model railway layout. Good runner as well, probably better than the real thing really. But I think eventually British Rail realised they just couldn't use the Pacers to replace all of the old first generation DMUs. It was necessary to come out with something a little bit more substantial, so we ended up with the Sprinters. I mean, essentially you just can't run trains really without proper bogies. It was a good idea, it was a good try, but it was only very much a stopgap, and I think in many ways they were used for far longer than was ever intended when they were first built. I've got to say, you know, if you don't own Blackpool branches, and I think it's in a big sale as well as I'm recording this stream. I mean, personally, I absolutely love driving it. The only thing that's stopped me from driving it more is just time, really. Yeah, you see those pylons there? We've just gone under some overhead electric pylons. And they had wires connected to them. I'm sure on the West Coast Main Line you come across them, and we don't have. Now I'm trying to pretend that this was all planned and that we're going to stop beautifully at the end of the platform. Anyway, we made it, that's the thing. I mean, I love like the detail as well. There you've got this house, and you've got the children's play area as well, with the all set up for the barbecue and that. Tell you what, I'd love to live in a house that close to the railway line. And also you have it's one of those old style open crossings. You don't get those nowadays. You'd have cars just racing through them even if it was on red. So Kirkham and Wesham is next, and we are shortly about to rejoin the main line of this single track branch line from Blackpool South. When it changes up in the gears, you almost feel as though you're putting out your hand to change the gear stick. So only thinking tentatively, but I think next Sunday, if I get the chance, I might just do one video, or I don't know whether live or recorded yet, but I might try and get the first view of the new timetable and the new route up, and then perhaps next Sunday I think it's bound to be just a full on load of services on the new timetable. We should be able to count, as I said, the number of Watford DC Alliance services between Watford and Euston, and there'll be a great deal more than they were in the past. Again, I'm not really paying enough attention about these signals, but I think we're alright. I think we're on green, aren't we? very definitely green. We're okay. Now we've got the drop down to 30. Oh, we've just seen a pacer just go past us in the old Greater Manchester orange colours. Because nowadays the Blackpool South section is still diesel, but of course it's electrified between Blackpool North and Preston, and there is a version of course from Train Sim Classic that you can actually drive the electrified version. We're quite relieved when we get to Preston actually that the remaining journeys today we will have AWS. Shouldn't really be stopping in step 3 anyway. I mean, if there's anybody that's been on the pleasure beach and been on the roller coasters today, then I don't think they'd be very impressed to have you stopping in step 3. Much too sharp. Quite clever how we couldn't actually hear the guard's buzzer on the outside. That's not always something guaranteed with train sim situations. So we are fast to Preston now. 10 minutes. I did a video actually a couple of months ago now, it feels like, but again starting from Blackpool North, but a full run to Manchester Victoria and using Train Sim Classic as well from Preston, that lovely backdated Train Sim route to take you into what used to be Manchester Victoria. Nothing like the station it is now. That was a very good view. That's better. Funny thing is, I think when I have done Blackpool North to Preston, I've tended to drive the class 40, the 31 like we did earlier, anything but the 47, which was essentially the vast majority, probably 90% of the services that you would see. Of course, you'd have the trains from sort of Holyhead, as well as from Scotland. I mean, that one we did earlier was extra and raw, and of course the old Euston to Blackpool Norths as well, where it would have been electric power up to Preston and then changed to the diesel, as well as the cross-country trains, plenty of those. Because unless, if you're watching you don't happen to comment, then that's absolutely fine. Of course, enjoy the journeys. I don't always know the new names going in unless there's any comment, but again, if you're new, welcome to the stream and hope you're enjoying the journeys and the general scenery. Really, I mean, the one thing I love about driving Train Simulator, I mean, obviously I love trains, there's no doubting that fact, but it's fantastic just to see the English countryside sometimes, and it's almost as though you're actually there. And sometimes Train Sim World, it's not always perfect, but at times it feels quite photorealistic. And if you're liking, and I think we've had 6 likes so far, which is absolutely wonderful. But if you are enjoying the video and you want to like and subscribe to the channel, I'd be tremendously grateful. Helps to show your support. If you're watching this consistently and you're kind of fed up with me saying it, then apologies, but it's kind of just conscious that people are dipping in and out, as you would expect really with YouTube videos. I think this road on the left, kind of a work in progress at the time, that's why you can see the workmen. We need to start thinking about slowing down for the approach to Preston. We're coming down to 35 miles an hour in a moment, and you will hear briefly the ping of the AWS through the West Coast Main Line section. I don't think we've got it on the Ormskirk branch line. What is it? Warburg, something like that. Warburg, I think, isn't it? Church. A landmark for railway enthusiasts and rail drivers alike in this area. Again, you can sometimes get held at the junction just outside of Preston, but it looks as though we've got a clear run in, I think. Yeah, we're signalled into platform 2. So looking forward to West Coast Main Line over Shap and being able to take the Class 87 on a ride through Cumbria and the Lake District, Loon Gorge. Many famous photos of that location over the years. Interesting to see this time of year some of these illumination special trains. There was a service from Stoke through to Blackpool North, and that would be perfectly possible to recreate in full with Train Sim Classic. I'm waiting as well for somebody, once West Coast Main Line over Shap comes out, I'm quite sure somebody will create a modern timetable, because it's a bit different now, but not much. Where's that train? I can hear it. Oh, I'm stuck. I think we need to it's stupid sometimes, that cameras on this thing. There are 47 in large logo livery, 47450. I think it would have been easier to have done it that way, wouldn't it? Actually, no, that's not us, is it? We were platform 2, aren't we? Right, so we're due away. We're still 2 minutes away yet. I wish there was the async keys like you have on Train Sim Classic, just speed up that couple of minutes. And again, I presume that they have the road ahead of us. What service is that then? Platform 3, wasn't it? It's not there, is it? It's not there. No, that was platform 3, where that pacer is. So what platform? No, I'm talking road. Yeah, that was 3. So that's 4. And then you walk about on this thing like a drunken person. Platform 4. Okay. So where was that display again now? Just trying to work out what service that is. No, it's not on there. They're all showing platform 2, aren't they? Okay, well, we can shut the doors now and we can move on to Ormskirk. And again, that's where you need eyes in the back of your head sometimes, because you can see all these different signals and you could almost swear that the green is for the platform on the left, but it's actually ours. But I love how this part of the West Coast Main Line has been done. I mean, it could very easily, they could have left it at Preston. So I think we've got those 2 bits of 30 coming up. Love this section, I have to say. And it'd be nice again if somebody could put the 87s in to make Preston look a bit more representative as well once in the future. I mean, that might or might not happen. We'll have to wait and see on that. But there's also a lot of speculation over what the next Just Trains loco is going to be. I think a lot of people saying it could be the 86. Which I would like. I mean, there's other stuff as well. But I particularly like it be the APT, but I'd be absolutely amazed if it was the APT. Not brilliant driving there. I think it's so tempting sometimes to do the Blackpool North run because it takes over an hour altogether from Blackpool South. Sorry, Blackpool South. Then not to actually do this bit. Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? When you got me hopes up there, because you said it will be really cool to have the APT. It would be, I think. Yeah, I mean, I love driving it in Train Sim Classic, actually. But it would be fantastic to have it in Train Sim World. I was amazed that they brought it out with Train Sim Classic, and then they had all the CAPT stuff as well. And again, it's something I've probably not driven often enough, because I think everybody, certainly if you're over a certain age, absolutely loves the APT, and if you're kind of young enough not to remember it in its, well, say its heyday, but when it was actually out being used, then it's still a fantastic piece of history. Never had the opportunity of riding as a passenger on it, unfortunately. But I did see it come through on the West Coast Main Line on many, many occasions. probably said this before on the streams, but you know, it'd be lovely if they ever brought it back into some sort of working order. I don't think we'll ever see that day. Had a ride, I think it was last year, or might even be the year before now. We're on one of the diesel galas, run on the East Lancs Railway on the 143 Pacer. Kind of makes me feel old sometimes when you have trains that have gone out of service being used, that you can remember coming into service. Oh yeah, very much so. Oh, I would absolutely love that. I mean, I love the Met line on Train Sim Classic. And I think Just Trains did an amazing job of that. But I would love to see that on Train Sim World. And you kind of think if anybody's going to do it, it'll be Just Trains. I mean, I get the impression, I mean, I could be entirely wrong, but I think they already know what they're building beyond West Coast Main Line over Shap, and it's pretty much, I think, guaranteed to be one route a year, I think, with the team of, you know, 2, 3, 4 people, something like that. We're going to make that stop as though we literally were leaning across and handing out your token. Now you sort of be out of your seat and then reaching across. Okay, we're slightly shy of him, but I'm sure he would have wandered across to there slightly. Of course, this is all necessary for these single line workings. See, we're slightly too high up to even see him, that's the thing. But yeah, I love driving the S stock, and I'd love to see some of the older stock. I mean, we have got the D stock. Well, as you were demonstrating on your video earlier on, we've got it in on Train Sim World, but it'd be nice to see it in Train Sim Classic as well. Actually, we've got an old version of it, but with sounds that could do with an upgrade. Speaking of sounds, incidentally, I was chuffed to see that we finally got a new sound mod available for Train Sim Classic for the Voyager, because I've never been a great fan of any of the sounds, really, not even the Armstrong Powerhouse sounds. I must give that a try. Yeah, there's some great stuff actually, isn't there, with the 350 liveries. I mean, I downloaded the Children in Need one. I don't know if that's the one you mean, but there's some good stuff. There's some great stuff on Creators Club actually. And again, I think it's wonderful work that people put in. just to make this hobby even more enjoyable. I feel as though sometimes the 350 is set to be underplayed a little bit on Train Sim World. It's going to be all about the 390 and to a certain extent the 710, and hoping as well at some point that we get a 730 in the game as well for cross city and for the West Coast Main Line South, because there's a great opportunity there. Of course, we don't really know what the relationship is like with LNWR at the moment since this licensing thing. So just to ask, which livery is it? We've overshot. Ooh, platform. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure about the formation designer. I mean, I must admit, I've not really even tried playing with it, and it might be one of those bugs that's not quite right. But yeah, it's good that we've got London Midland in there, haven't we? We've got all the examples of LNWR liveries as well. The only thing I find slightly frustrating with the liveries, and I've even created a folder so that hopefully I can move them into kind of as a little backup thing, because you can download a livery, you know, good example, the Virgin Trains livery for the Pendolino, and of course then you do it with a specific scenario somebody's created, and that's all well and good, but then of course you see them popping up all over the shop. Well, it was a shame, wasn't it? But I suppose again I feel as though, well, I'm in the situation of I operate it from the PC, so it doesn't matter from that point of view, because somebody was always going to put the logo up and the branding up, so it didn't really matter. But of course if you're operating on a console, then that's not an option for you. I think it's unfortunate the way it happened, and it seems very strange to me. I mean, was it as simple as the fact that they got a, I mean, I know it's the same company, but was it something stupid where basically they had the license and the agreement to use West Midlands Railway, and they thought that included LNWR? But I can't imagine it's as simple as all that though, really. But in all honesty, even if you haven't got the branding on, it's not something I was ever going to fuss about. You know, it's good to have it on, it's good to have it included, it's good that people have made the effort to recreate it, but it doesn't really make a massive tangible difference, I don't think, personally. I just find it a bit odd, really, how the whole situation arose. Because they were releasing stuff with the logo in the weeks before it came out, and then suddenly it all went from the station sign. I mean, we never saw one on the side of the train, though. So you almost kind of got the impression, I mean, I could be entirely wrong, but you kind of got the feeling that, in actual fact, you wonder whether they ever were going to release the 350 with the LNWR name on. Was it just intended to be on the stations? But I don't know, you could talk conspiracy theories till you're blue in the face, can't you? Look at that scene there over the river, isn't it lovely? Love that old wheel flange sound. Hope we've got a few more autumnal days like this in the coming weeks. Doggies bark in the background. Yeah, how do you find it on PlayStation 5? Does it run pretty well? Oh, ooh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry for that sneeze. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know on the PC there are one or two services that are 8-car. I mean, I don't know how that varies with the PS5. I mean, even on the PC it can be slightly laggy sometimes, but I think it's good, the fact that it's available at all, I suppose, for, you know, both the PC and the consoles. Convinced I'm going to miss one of these stations. I think we're not far off the end of the run anyway. Move on to Manchester Piccadilly then. We are running a bit behind schedule. In some ways, I prefer actually being slightly behind schedule than being on time and then waiting around for 5 minutes at the stations. I think one of the problems that dovetail games, they're not always, I think they only talk about it a little bit, but I think this is partly explains. Look at this lovely mill building as well, by the way. That must be Burscough Mill, I think, if we can actually get a view that's not obscured by the trees. But I think it's kind of the issue, that trying to find a balance between something that's operatable for PC users and something that's usable for the console users as well. At least they look as though they're actually getting on the train, they're not stuttering their way on. You'd think for all the world we've got the tail light switched on there, but we definitely haven't. Right, so Ormskirk is our final stop on this run. And of course you'd be changing here for a Merseyrail service if you wanted to get into Liverpool from this neck of the woods. And I've seen, I can't remember the name of the man who's doing it, but there's somebody that's doing the Wirral line, isn't there, for Train Sim Classic, and that would be something I'm looking forward to seeing. I've seen some of the stations, the underground stations around the centre of Liverpool, and they look absolutely beautifully done. We've already got the 507, 508 for Train Sim Classic through various means. If you've got the 313 and the AP enhancement, and then you can download the 507, 508 from probably backdated Train Sim, I think, from memory. Yeah, I think I did one the other week on the stream, that's how I recall, because I was doing a Northampton to Euston, and I was pleased to see, because it was 8-car from Birmingham New Street through to Northampton and then Milton Keynes, and then to be able to do the same 8-car service down to Euston, I thought was quite decent. But of course the reality is you've got more 8-car than 4-car, haven't you? So I mean, that is something that the mod that's coming out on Tuesday, but only for PC users, that will rectify a lot of that, hopefully in time. I mean, Dovetail Games have said that they will have a look at the timetable, but I think that could be months away. Certainly not a huge priority. think it's quite interesting though, there's been pages and pages and pages and pages of people moaning and talking about the West Coast Main Line timetable, but when you look at these timetables in a bit more in depth, I mean, this Blackpool route, it's got loads of services, but I was trying to pick one earlier on and I was thinking, was it really so spaced apart? I mean, maybe it was, but you kind of get the impression this isn't complete either from a timetable point of view. I don't think it's just West Coast Main Line South, but just that people haven't quite realised the significance in some of the other routes that have come out. Must say I'm loving these autumnal loops. Kind of felt a couple of weeks ago it wasn't appropriate because it felt as though the trees in real life weren't this kind of browny colour, but they certainly have taken that shape since then in real life, and looks lovely on the train game now. Well, I've really enjoyed this run actually, between Blackpool South and Ormskirk. I mean, I don't think, you know, it's not something you want to do, keep riding up and down, but it's, I love how they have this little block at the end of the platform, because effectively the line almost carries on straight through to Ormskirk, but it's separating the, well, what's now Northern Rail services with Merseyrail. You wouldn't want to go clattering into that, would you? And again, kind of just beyond there, they have made the effort to put in that third rail line. Obviously only goes a few yards past the station, but at least it's there. Again, I'd like to see Merseyrail on Train Sim World 5 at some point. We need some more variety with them shops, don't we? Those are some of the ones from Train Sim Classic. I mean, you could actually reskin a, I don't know whether you can run a train up this little section, but you could actually get a 313 in a scenario mode to come into Ormskirk station. I think this is kind of the end of the scenery really. It's going slightly more bare beyond that. Right, anyway, lock the doors. So that was Blackpool South to Ormskirk. Enjoyed that. So I'm coming now to Train Sim World now, because anyway the next run's on Train Sim Classic. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. This week's Train Sim live
wrong one, sorry. Wait a minute.
Coming up on Powerflower Trains and Planes. To Manchester Piccadilly, the Class 185 run to Sheffield. And then from Sheffield, a HST journey to Leicester via Derby. sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Okay, so that's that then. So let's get train sim classic loaded up. Kind of toyed with the idea with this run actually. I wasn't sure whether to do the run to Buxton or whether to do a ride to Sheffield, and Sheffield won the day because I thought, well, it's ages since I've done a ride to Sheffield. And we're carrying on the Just Train theme really, because it's the Just Train's middle and main line. So we're going to begin on the Hope Valley via Stockport, of course. Right, so let's put our coding in. Where are we? Manchester Piccadilly. It's a Cleethorpes service, 1B68, I do believe. And there it is. You could do it default with a 166, but we'll do it with the ATS 185. Now, I am going to turn the sound of the train up a little bit because Train Sim Classic tends to be a bit quieter. So, if you kind of think one's too loud compared with the other, then let me know. You might be thinking, I wish this guy just stopped waffling on. Hope not. But thanks for all the people that have watched so far, and I know it's been on and off, people along the way, but good to see people watching. We've had 7 likes as well, which is absolutely marvellous. I haven't got the software which tells me who the likes are from. I must get that sorted out at some point so that I can thank people for the likes, but every like is really, really appreciated. And if you are enjoying the video and the stream, then please like and subscribe if you've not done so already. Help to boost the numbers, support the channel, and if you click on the notification button, then you will also get a reminder as to when streams are coming up. The idea is Sundays, and if I get the chance I'll try and put stuff up in the week, but it's kind of just time allowing and work gets in the way, unfortunately. Can't get rid of this menu music. Yeah, that's one thing I haven't got up, this AP Lafarge wagons, but we'll have to manage without those for now. Good morning, driver. You join 1B68 here at Manchester Piccadilly. You'll be required to set up your driving desk and allow the passengers on before departing at 08:17, 45 seconds, very precise. You're booked a call at Stockport and Sheffield on this trip. Please see the F1 briefing for further information. Right, so let's just get that on. So first of all, we need to get that into on the master key, and we'll put that onto forward. That's the AWS. Come might knock that off because you can't even see the signal at the end of the platform, to be fair. We'll get the doors open at this stage just so that we're moving on that score. Right, now we need to get this thing set up as well. So what are we? Registration number 1B68. Should be able to remember that. I've only just said that until 5 seconds ago. And then the signal number is 390. We've got this thing to contend with as well. You have to do the back button here. Never quite understood why you have to do the back button, but we can now press 1 to acknowledge the configuration. Be able to get those doors open. So we are Cleethorpes bound, but of course we're only going as far as Sheffield. Well, since I've driven this 185, I must admit I was delighted when it first came out, but then it doesn't feel as though there's absolutely tons of scenarios to run it on. There is an announcement pack as well which works with certain routes. If you've got the Manchester Victoria to Leeds route, it works up the East Coast main line, the West Coast main line, but it doesn't work on this route, unfortunately, not at the moment. This is the best version of Manchester Piccadilly that we have in Train Sim Classic. Very nippy things, these 185s. And whilst we kind of carry on talking about Train Sim World 5 as well, of course we've got the Alan Thompson route which will indeed include this section as well. It'll be possible to drive the 323 down to Wilmslow and to Manchester Airport via both the Style line. I mean, you've got the junction coming up in a moment which branches off towards directly to Manchester Airport. And then you've got the one that goes via Stockport and Wilmslow as well. This route was designed by a chap called Pennine Pacer, and and I have to say you've done a fabulous job. I thoroughly enjoy this Hope Valley run. I say that about all the routes, don't I? But there aren't many that I don't like. I mean, sometimes there has been issues with it not being the best in terms of performance. But yeah, if the sound of the train is too loud or not loud enough, then let me know. I have recorded a video, I mentioned it last week, and I did actually edit it finally this week. Manchester Piccadilly to Buxton with a Class 56. Oh dear. Right, that's the first time that's happened to me. Do you know, I've done this run in full a number of times. I wonder if that's the first time that's happened on stream. Let's try it again. So this time we'll just do the full run to Stockport and not perhaps look on the outside too much. I mean, that was the one thing I was going to say. It is a little bit frame rate heavy and demanding in terms of your computer. But the funny thing is, I've actually done this run in full before and never had a problem. Now, it might just be the fact that we're doing it on stream. Anyway, we'll have one more go at it. If plan B fails, then we will move on to the next run, I think. But I was looking forward to this drive across the Hope Valley through the Peak District, Derbyshire, and across to South Yorkshire and into Sheffield. Let's hope plan B works. But you'll notice I've got a tick by the scenario. I've definitely run it before. Well, there was always going to be a first time. We've been doing these. Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, that's always been my criticism of Train Sim Classic, and my brother will tell you, he says you've spent more time moaning about Train Sim Classic than you ever have done playing it, because, and I've said this before in the streams, but you load things up and you spend hours and days and goodness knows what trying to get the thing to work properly. Right, all fingers crossed for our second go at this. We'll be alright if we can get through Stockport. Right, okay, this is take 2. Right, so we aren't going to worry too much this time. Okay. If it doesn't work, then that's it. That's the end of trying to do this run, I think. I love all the features that have been put into this 185, but of course it does add to the complications of making it work. F3. Okay, so that's that. Right, so we're going to stay in the cab this time, and hopefully we will get through. The funny thing is, I've actually heard a lot of other people say that they've had problems with this route out of Piccadilly, particularly the bit round about Longside Depot and that sort of area. But I think I've only had it dump on me once before, and that's an absolute age ago. So, and I thought maybe the upgraded version, since they brought the Buxton line out, seemed a bit more stable, but it might be just the fact that we're streaming it. It's a very, very busy area. I mean, again, you think of this ATS route coming out, it shouldn't be a problem for Trains in World 5, but that's going to be quite good fun, getting stock, presumably the Pendolino. I mean, we've not had it confirmed what layers are going to be included, but it'd be quite good to get a Pendolino out of Longside Depot and into Piccadilly, and then be able to do runs down to Wilmslow. No, did I remember to shut the doors? I've forgotten now. I know. Did I put that thing on? Yeah, we've got that confirmed, haven't we? Oh, we've still got the DSD on. There we go. Schoolboy error. We're going to have to check now. We've still got the door shut. Open, rather. Oh, it's still on. Right, we are going to get moving in a minute. Here we go. Oh, excellent. Well, enjoy your run to Tring. I think it's great having all these different liveries, though, isn't it? I mean, I can remember the time when the 350s first coming out, and of course before London Midland we had Silverlink, and they come out almost livery-less. They looked very strange in the early days, and it was almost a relief when London Midland came out. Then of course for a very long time they used the LNWR used basically the London Midland livery and just put and there's still some like that now, isn't there? I do love all the traffic they're waiting to get into Manchester Piccadilly station. Again, you ever caught a train going into Manchester Piccadilly, you'll know about that wait outside the platforms. Yeah, remember the 321s as well that were in use before the 350s came into service. And also I liked the 310s as well that used to be used in the 80s. They were used from the mid 60s to the way into the 80s, probably late 80s I suppose, when the 321s came into reckoning. They always felt a step above a normal EMU, the 310s. You occasionally saw them north of Birmingham as well. Are excellent, yeah. I mean, how real, and I always interested with people who really know the line. I mean, I've been up and down it many a time, but I think people who live at these stations just know how realistic it is, or not. I'm sure there are bits and pieces of it that are not perfect, but does it feel pretty realistic to you? Oh yeah, incidentally, that's the Pendolino in London Midland. Sorry, in LMS, the old LMS steam colours. Because Just Trains decided rather than use the... Oh, it's done it again. Oh, that is a shame. That's a real shame. Yeah, we're going to have to play around with that, aren't we? We're going to have to play around with that one, I'm afraid. Okay, well, sadly, we are going to see Sheffield, but we're not going to see it on that route, I'm afraid. Evening, Christopher. Yes, you are late. I'm surprised you're this late, and I know you're normally an avid starter at 5 o'clock, but like anybody else, I'm sure you have real life to do. Well, if you've missed it, the last few minutes have been a bit of a waste of time because we've had a problem with the Hope Valley route, and it surprised me because I've run it a number of times over the years with even that scenario I've run, so I'm surprised to see it dump, but whether it's because it's on the stream, I don't know. I'll have to try out, make some further investigations. So we're gonna actually continue on to part 4 now, which is our run from Sheffield through to Leicester. So we're a bit ahead of schedule with that, because that's lost us a bit of time. Ah, wonderful. Wonderful. Whereabouts are you camping, if you don't mind me asking? I love a bit of camping. It's a good few years since I've been with my brother, but nothing better than waking up in the morning, cooking your own breakfast and having that sausages and bacon. Glad that you're in an area where you can still see a bit of the stream though. That's amazing, really. So I mean, I said this last week that we might have a bonus run, but we're definitely going to have a bonus run this week because by the time we get to Leicester, we'll have a bit more time. We'll perhaps do a run on Middle and Main Line on Trenton World 5. Oh, excellent. Right, let's allow passengers on here. Then master key is on. So you are near to the East Coast Main Line then, at Hitchin. Now we need to get those tail lights off, which I think is these two buttons there. Train supply. No, it's on, isn't it? That's the button you press there. Oh, there you go. You notice a slight difference in the sounds. So we are calling, incidentally, at Chesterfield, Derby, Long Eaton, East Midlands Parkway, Loughborough, Leicester. So, well, it's about an hour's run, so we might just have time for a short run beyond this ride. Absolutely right, mate. Absolutely right. We've got trains dumping and all sorts. You're quite lucky though with the mild weather. I must say, I mean, I'd love camping. But the one thing, oh wait a minute, we're not on the stream, are we? On the game. That's it. I absolutely love camping. I haven't got the doors open here. All going wrong. There we go, we're fine now. Right, no idea why those doors are still open. But we got the beep beep from the guard, and then the doors were still open. Very strange. Ah, excellent. Excellent. I mean, I know that at Hitchin we used to have that situation where the Cambridge trains used to get held because it was kind of a little blockage part of the East Coast main line, but of course nowadays they've got the new flyover in. Glad to hear it. Even with the dodgy driving, imagine perhaps that's the bit you like. Is this the D&Q, as I recall? Yeah. Of course, that well-known do-it-yourself warehouse in the orange colours. Of course, we've all heard of D&Q. I think they used to have a Tesco with a Z as well on here somewhere. And then they kind of stopped bothering when they released the Hope Valley route. They started putting the more authentic names in. And hello, welcome to Mac Moss as well. Good evening. Very sorry that we couldn't do Manchester Piccadilly to Sheffield. I must have another go at that and have a look at. I've never had a problem with the Hope Valley route before, and I don't know whether it's just something to do with the stream or whether it's. But I've run that scenario before. That's the bit that surprises me. But I think first step will be try and do that run. Not on the stream. Sorry, I've just realised I was calling you Mank Moss. Mark Moss, isn't it? Do apologise. Thought, kind of assumed it was Mank Moss. You were from Manchester. I think I need to go to the. Hey, up here's the Tesco. I think I need to go to the opticians. I think. Anyway, welcome to the stream. Thanks also anybody watching that I'm not aware of. I'm only aware of the people that have put the comments on the chat. Ah, excellent. Yeah, it's quite a shortish ride, isn't it, Tring to London Euston. I'm not convinced that there always used to be a stoppage service that just went to Tring years ago. Yeah, we'll definitely have a play around with the Hope Valley route again. What are we doing here now? Still love driving the HST. I was in two minds with this run whether to go from Nottingham or Sheffield on the Train Sim World route. Sorry, from Nottingham on the Train Sim World route, but I thought it's ages since I've done a run from Sheffield. Given that we've now got a gap, then it might be worth having another go. Yeah, fantastic. That's very good to hear. I think there are some scenarios as well. I don't know whether you're running. Are you running it on a scenario or Creators Club? But of course, you put it in. You can run it straight from the timetable, can't you, with the new livery? But again, just adds a bit of interest, variety. It's what it's all about. I've done it, mate. You missed it. We started off with Blackpool. We've had 2 runs on Blackpool, so that's something for you to look back on. So the first journey was Preston to Blackpool North, and then the second one was Blackpool South to Ormskirk via Preston. Yeah, it's great that you can do that. I think you can just insert the train into the timetable, and I think it's just brilliant that basically all the other stuff's already there, and you know, you're not kind of running it on its own. Oh, brilliant! Yeah, fantastic. No, that's good. I can confirm that those 2 parts of the journey actually did go to plan. I mean, because I've got a fairly fresh installation of the game, I've started reinstalling stuff like mad over the last couple of weeks. Then I'm not sure. I've got another run that goes from Manchester Piccadilly through Stockport. I mean, the funny thing is, I mean, they've called it Just Trains Midland Main Line, and this bit of it feels like the Midland Main Line, but the Hope Valley kind of doesn't. I mean, I did do a video absolutely ages ago where I went from St Pancras through to Manchester Piccadilly on the Project Rio runs that they used to do for a while, whilst the West Coast Main Line was doing an upgrade, and that was a circuitous journey, but we went from Leicester through the Hope Valley, through Stockport into Manchester that way. Yeah, you've been lucky with the weather. I mean, to be camping this weekend, you know, I kind of think like last weekend it was, well, even last week really, it was cold. And I'm very much a warm weather camper. I tend to only gone in June, July, August, where it's been pretty mild, it has to be said. Yeah, it was lovely in my part of the world as well. It was a gorgeous day. I mean, actually here, I was talking to a friend in Leicester a bit earlier on. He was saying it's absolutely miserable. I mean, here it started off slightly on the rainy side, and then it's ended up quite pleasant. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I thought you were in a tent, ready to be waterlogged and worse. Now you can see the famous Chesterfield spire in the background here. Yeah, that is good. It's quite satisfying actually when you've got it kind of spot on. I mean, the one thing I have found with streaming, and I suppose it's the old joke about men not being able to multitask, but I've not quite got the hang of being able to drive, talk at the same time, and to do everything completely accurately. There we are, that's the old crooked spire. I think in theory they could correct it if they wanted to, but of course it's such a tourist attraction, I don't think they'd consider doing that. And I'm not totally sure, but we've got, I think, Chesterfield football grounds knocking about somewhere about as well, but I have to confess I've got absolutely no idea where that is. All right, excellent stuff. Used to have those mail, is it a mail buildings or whatever it is? There's something, isn't there, at one end of the station at Hemel Hempstead? Yeah, absolutely right. I remember getting on a walk once around where we didn't actually go in Chatsworth, but went through a village just before, crossed over the road, and then you had this amazing view as we kind of swooped down, walking down towards Chatsworth House. Absolutely gorgeous. It's an amazing part of the world. I was kind of complimenting Just Trains and saying what a great job they've done of it, and then of course the game crashed on me, but it's not their fault. It's Train Sim Classic can be slightly temperamental. Ah, excellent. Yeah, no, that's interesting, because of course when the West Coast Main Line was electrified in the 60s, a lot of the old station buildings were completely ripped out, and they were building them totally from scratch. I mean, you look at stations, say, like Stafford, and it's a whole lot different than the Stafford station there is now. I mean, you have this amazing kind of station hotel building, and there's a car dealership there now, which is quite a shame. Stop is Derby. Of course, it's possible to do Sheffield to Leicester and go by the Erewash Valley line, and you don't actually take in Derby. I love these quirks as well. You see these old bits of stock that never seems to move that much, and you know, there's a wagon, I think, at Haywards Heath on the London-Brighton route. At the end of the platform, that again, I don't think they use the exact right wagon on the train game, but kind of represents something that is there in real life and has been for many years. There used to be a time on the Middle and Main line where there wasn't 125 mile an hour running on the whole route, but I think that's changed over the last few years. But for many years, when they first introduced the HSTs on the Middle and Main line, there was no 125 mile an hour running. Get up to 110 now. You can indeed, Chris. I'll be honest with you, I've not really messed around too much with the settings on TSW5. I've kind of let the game work out for itself. I've been kind of happy enough with how it's run and everything, so but I think it's on maximum settings, but don't quote me on it 100%. But yeah, certainly you can alter things, and you find it doesn't run particularly well, you can lower the settings and stuff like that. I mean, it's not impossible that might be a reason why, actually, going back to Train Sim Classic, why it crashed on us, because it might be that we're on too high a setting. The trouble with Train Sim Classic is that it kind of doesn't matter that much how good your PC is, because it can't handle, even the best PC in the world will struggle with it. I mean, I don't understand the mechanics of it, the ins and outs, but it's such an old game. Kind of made me wonder whether I should have another go at that Manchester Piccadilly to Sheffield run. But the trouble is, I don't want to spend half an hour messing around and not actually driving trains. Yeah, very much so, very much so. And I think that is, there's something called God mode. I've not messed around with it yet, but that is something you can use for the PC where it actually makes it run smoother. Hemel Hempstead, is that the county town of Hertfordshire? Should be Hertford, really, shouldn't it? Yeah, I think with Train Sim World, it obviously is going to vary a bit, but I think even with the top end, there's still some jerkiness. And again, you can read pages and pages of the forums where people go on about it. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think the funny thing is, it's one of those counties that I think if you were to ask people genuinely, unless you're kind of from the area, you wouldn't know masses about it. It's like Bedfordshire as well, and I've been to Bedfordshire a million times because I go to an air show at Old Ward and love a day out there. And again, it's the scenery around there is lovely, and you kind of get thatched cottages and old buildings, and it's very nice. Worried about that red going on there. I thought we haven't got a red signal coming up, have we? But no, it's a red building in the distance. Yes. Must say, I'd love to be in the opposite kind of situation where it was. You were lucky enough to inherit a house around the London suburbs and the surrounding counties worth some astronomical figure, and that would give you a nice pot of money to move out of it, as it were. Again, kind of relating that to the train situation. I mean, nowadays you don't really need to be that close to even commute to London, because you can get from Birmingham to London, for example, in an hour and stuff. So sort of North Staffordshire, Stoke or Crewe in an hour and a half or a bit longer. Yeah, I can't say as I know a massive about the area. always find some of the London commuter stuff fascinating, actually, because of the depth of traffic, and it doesn't matter which way you're coming to, whether you're coming from Kent or Hertfordshire or from Surrey. Just such an array of... I wouldn't like to commute into London every day. It's fascinating from a train fanatic point of view, and the amount of trains that come in and out of... You see videos on Clapham Junction and stuff like that, but I wouldn't like to stand there, well, stand on the trains commuting every day. So again, another kind of thanks. I mean, we've had, I think, 7 likes over the course of the video, and thanks for everybody watching. If you are new and you're not in the chat and you're watching and you're enjoying the stream, then please, if you wouldn't mind liking and subscribing, then that would be greatly appreciated. Age since I've done this Derby Sheffield bit. Yes, indeed, I am indeed. Yeah, keeping a close eye on that. It'd be nice to get the numbers up a bit quicker. I mean, I think my biggest success with the video, and I think over 27,000 people have watched it now, is the Elizabeth line on combination of Train Sim World and Classic, where I run from Paddington to Heathrow Airport. I think there was something like 100 odd subscribers from that one video alone. Yeah, thanks for the support, and thanks for you watching week in, week out as well. It's really appreciated. A bit lost as to what the speed limit's going down to in a second, because you've got kind of 2 overlapping ones, but we're not far off from Derby anyway. We're off to Leicester on this run, so we come from Sheffield. So this is a St Pancras service, and it's good to see. I mean, for a long time we've had Bedford to St Pancras on the train game. We've had this bit, but then I think it was last year now, we're on the Steam Workshop. Somebody's uploaded the missing bit, so you can actually do a full run to St Pancras now, which is rather good. to Derby Station. Slightly too fast, but we're okay. Again, this station's had a massive makeover in recent years. Alright, well thanks very much for watching. Really appreciated. And I think I did say, didn't I, but I'll try and watch that video you've done of yours on that scenario on the D-stop train. That looked pretty good. Yeah, my pleasure, yeah. Hope you've enjoyed it. Thanks again. Thanks for subscribing as well. Really appreciated. And hopefully you'll see me again next Sunday. Keep pressing the wrong button with that, that's why I keep jumping about there. But this is Derby Station. This is the old Litchurch Lane Works. Of course, not much left of it now. I went around Derby Works open day in the early 80s, and then the other side of the station again. Quite a decent effort to represent the outside. Yeah, thank you very much. That's really nice to hear. I'm glad that people not getting too fed up with me waffling on. Yeah, of course, it's a proper custom model. Yeah, the doors are shut this time, and we've had a problem at Sheffield station. Now, what I always find slightly curious is we were heading towards Long Eaton. I mean, this is technically on the Nottingham line, but then we kind of branch. It feels as though we're going in the wrong direction to be heading south toward Leicester, but then we kind of branch off to the right. Haha. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was just a quick one. I was just so intrigued. Well, partly I was pleased that Dovetail Games did an upgrade to the West Coast Main Line route. So apart from anything else, I wanted to show the fact that you could actually now have the Pendolino the right way round, and we've got the first class at the right way round. And then I discovered that bit about looking over the concourse. Haha. Yes, you get all sorts of stuff like that going on. I think Matt Pedalston himself has said, you know, it's a good game, but apart from those pesky passengers. But I think ever since it's been out, they've never quite been in control of the passengers. I'm sure in real life, passengers do some strange things on stations, but they probably don't walk through the middle of signs. I was going to say, you probably know or recognise where that is. That's Pride Park. It's Derby's football ground, Derby County. I'm probably repeating myself now, I'm sure I do many times, but you know, that route, that game from, you know, kind of 10-15 years ago, they could get the movement of passengers right a lot better than dovetail games managed currently. Of the graffiti that they put in there on the walls. We mustn't forget that we're stopping at Long Eaton as well. It kind of doesn't feel right to be stopping at Long Eaton on a Midland Main Line train. Such a flat area as well, this part of the East Midlands, not a hill in sight. Just creeping up towards 100 mile an hour. Go a bit faster actually, we can go up to 110. Alright, okay, yeah. Well, you're doing well to be able to watch it, I have to say. But yeah, 100, just over 100, we've got 110 speed limit. There's a 170 and a cross-country colours. I mean, that's a route that's possible to do. I think that was a Nottingham to Cardiff, and it's possible to do the entirety of that route on a combination of, well, you could either do it in Train Sim Classic, bit of it in Train Sim World as well. We are coming towards our Long Eaton stop. So you're doing a kind of Stoke to Nottingham, from Derby to be Spondon, Long Eaton, Attenborough, Eastern, Nottingham. Not sure about those level crossing gates, they looked a bit dangerous, didn't they? They were coming down before we even went past them. Yeah, you could, yeah. You know, as long as that's your speed limit. That's the Radcliffe-on-Soar power station in the background. Of course, that's closed recently, hasn't it? So, won't be too far off before they're demolishing those cooling towers. mean, some people probably think they're a blot on the landscape, but I don't know, perhaps takes me back to childhood, and I was always fascinated seeing a power station. We're technically just shy there because you can see that's the HSD car stop sign. I mean, you can see that, like the distant scenery, they've not bothered to put houses in beyond a certain point, but it's not too bad. So the interesting thing is we will be seeing that a bit closer up, because I think our next stop is East Midlands Parkway, so we'll be adjacent to that fairly soon. A passenger view on this one. No, not quite. Now we've got the thing with the doors open, haven't we, with the Armstrong Powerhouse pack. Very good, very good. Yes, indeed. Yeah, but we thought that looks like a dartboard. There it is. So we should actually find, as it goes, I think when we go through the next signal, if it's green, that should change. In one tonight's special prize. Yeah, so we have got a green, so let's see if that changes as we go over the AWS magnet. There you go. Again, it's just that little reminder to the driver, because you can just forget, can't you? You can forget that you've just gone through a sequence of adverse signals. Haha, yes. Yes, indeed. If there's anybody... There's about to be a YouTube video on it, actually, isn't there, thinking about it, but is there anybody out there that's still got a working Betamax recorder? And were, again, bit of an obscure topic, but I wonder if they were better or worse quality than VHS. Yeah, you can see we're coming towards Radcliffe on Soar. Kind of keeping the speed limit down a bit because we're not too far off from East Midlands Parkway station. Yeah, definitely so. And that's the thing, I mean, obviously Train Sim World has got all the glitzy graphics, but there's still life in the old dog yet with Train Sim Classic. Apart from when it dumps on you, of course. Now on the Train Sim World version with this power station, you've actually got the smoke coming out the chimneys. I've been interested to kind of study the number of views, and you know, it's kind of varied a bit obviously on these different streams, but you kind of get the impression that because there are literally so many people that live in and around London, you seem to get better views for London streams than when you venture into other parts of the country. And that's kind of been reflected when I've done the videos as well as it goes. Yeah, had some decent views on some. There's been some good ones. I'm pretty pleased with that latest one actually. That seems to be doing pretty well. And again, it's just a little bit about the getting the subscriber count up, because obviously the more, you know, we get a greater amount of subscribers, we're going to get better views. I like how they've got the overhead pylons connecting with wires here. Still love the old HST. Ooh, that'll do it from there. Strange. I mean, I was mentioning this last week when I did the run from Edinburgh on the 5 circle, but they're relegated now to just commuter runs in Scotland and a few around in short formation in the southwest of England. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you know, I suppose I've got some shorter ones. I've got some longer ones as well. There is a bit of a variety. the only thing about a kind of a very long recorded video is it's just kind of the time it takes to plunk the thing together, and a little bit of time in the editing through Adobe Premiere, but then you have to sit back and wait hours for it to build, and then it takes a while to upload. And that's one of the things about these live streams, because you're doing it live and you don't have to worry about the editing and all the stuff like that, then it's a lot smoother and a lot quicker. You can kind of just do it, you know, in real time, and then that's done. Try my best to kind of give a bit of a preview on the videos as well, and not too many people have mentioned it, but it's just trying to kind of introduce what's going on and get a bit of a taster for it. Right, now we're going to think about putting some brakes on here. Those moments where I'm kind of thinking I'm going a bit fast. Yeah, mid-70s actually. I think it was something like 1976, and it was a game changer for British Rail. I mean, they had all the problems with the APT. This was a lot simpler, and it was suddenly the fastest diesel train in the world, and they had something that they could market. And it was suddenly fast, clean, well, say clean, of course. It's a diesel train, but it was fast, it was efficient, it was comfortable. And of course they used these Mark III carriages on the West Coast Main Line as well. This of course a great landmark as well, the old Brush engineering works at Loughborough. That's where the 47 was built, I think, wasn't it? Certainly, and a load of famous old trains over the years. Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, and of course, Sir Kenneth Grange died recently, didn't he? Who came up with this great design. If you look at the videos of the prototype one, it wasn't quite as great as that. I mean, also, I mean, you get some horrible views for drivers in cabs sometimes, but this is brilliant. You can see absolutely everywhere. You think of trying to drive a steam train, you can't see a damn thing. I presume that's on a Nottingham service, is it? The old East Midlands livery quite suited him as well. I like this livery, I won't lie. It was a few years ago now, but I was talking about this yesterday with my brother. We went on a kind of a week-long rail tour on one of those all-line Rover tickets, and one of the we did the night Riviera from Paddington to Penzance, but then we come back the following day on the HSD, and quite enjoyed that actually. It's quite slow, the initial stages from Penzance. It feels like much like a stopping train, and then kind of Plymouthish onwards it starts getting quite fast. On the middle and main line, I've got a suspicion we've got a bit coming up actually. We've got 120 now, but when they were first introduced on this line in the early 80s, it was famous for the fact that you couldn't go 125. I think 110 might even have been the top speed on the middle and main line, but I think that's changed now. I can't remember whether it's this section coming up to Leicester or whether whether there would be a bit further on from that. That's if we were going beyond that in this in a scenario. Even the 120 bit's only short-lived because we've got 110 coming up. About slowing down to 110 because we're not even going to make the 120, are we? Oh, that's where we go. I've been looking for a view like this. That's something I remember very much growing up when they were first introduced, that whoosh both at the start and the end as it passes you by. Of course they don't use these HSDs on the middle and main line anymore, and it's basically all those Meridian things that just went past. 221, sorry, is it 221, 222? Something like that. To Leicester. I mean, I've not messed about with the settings on Train Sim Classic actually since I re-downloaded it last weekend, so maybe that's the issue with that Manchester Piccadilly Sheffield one. Perhaps we're on too high a setting. Must be south of Leicester that you get the first 125 mile an hour running nowadays. seems really weird that this still feels like a brand new train to me. It feels strange that they basically reached the end of their worthwhile existence. Yeah, well, interesting point actually there, because you can set it on Train Sim Classic. You kind of set it for the scenario, so you go into the scenario editor and you decide what weather you want. On Train Sim World, you've got a choice. You can either do it sort of on the hoof, or you could do random, and it'll it'll often start off in dry conditions and it'll end up absolutely throwing it down. I must do a few where it's not always sunshine, I guess. I mean, I can guarantee you that when we get to towards Christmas, then we're definitely going to have some snowbound runs. And of course, it makes a difference depending on the season as well. And, I mean, I'm not a great fan of Train Sim Classic in the autumn because and the winter, because the trees suddenly look really threadbare and it doesn't look massively great. Coming towards Leicester now. Amazing really, it's like we're only a couple of miles away and yet it's still quite, feels as though we're still in the midst of the country. Well, they certainly are in real life, and there's some videos with real drivers where they demonstrate stuff like that in the simulator. It kind of is represented a bit in the game. I don't know to what extent. It's probably not as slippy as it would be in real life. I've had wheel slide on it though sometimes. Wheel slip. So you notice it got a bit stuttery there as we're loading in Leicester. I'm being very, very cautious here with the restriction down to 40. I mean, we're still at 90 for another 0.6 of a mile. For all that, I think we're still just about on time actually. It's been a very chilled out timetable, this one. Only 158 runs set up on the Hope Valley. I can't remember. I'll have a look at it. Might have a look in a minute. Here's Leicester anyway. They used to have a big overall roof many years ago, but I think it burnt down. doers. Again, you get great building in reality. You see, well, you can see kind of the effect there actually, but you go in there for the taxis and all that sort of stuff. Again, you know, you've got a lot of generic assets used, but it works well. Great work, driver, he says. Okay, well that's that run. So I'm just going to have a quick spy on the settings now, because I'm in two minds about what to do next. We've only got about half an hour left anyway. So what settings have we got? See, all that looks high. I'm sure I got it on high before. Yeah, you wouldn't want it on medium. I think that's all on medium settings, so there's definitely nothing wrong with that. Let's just have a very quick look at what's available on the Just Trains Middle and Main Line. I don't think I've got anything really downloaded that would do us. You've got the we've got some Blackpool. We've got a Buxton working. I haven't really got time to do a full work into Buxton, but I think just to kind of prove to myself that there's nothing wrong with the no, not that one. Just to prove that there's nothing wrong with the Manchester Piccadilly to Stockport bit, I'm just going to do that Blackpool to Buxton to take it as far as Stockport. Let's just see if that works. Where are we? We want the Hope Valley, don't we? Not the defaults. Talk amongst yourselves at this point. I've seen it once. Where was the damn thing? That wasn't in the defaults I wanted. Tell you what. There we are. That's the one I want. I mean, there's a possibility because we've just come off a run. And I've not rebooted Train Sim Classic. It might even dump on us at this stage. I've got I'll try and get that uploaded, that Manchester Piccadilly to Buxton, the Class 56 as well. It's virtually ready to go. Right, so ignore the bits that are missing. We haven't got the AP 142. Right, so we're approaching the platforms that Manchester Piccadilly. What do we do here? Oh, we're on already. Right, okay. I see. Hello, Southwestern as well. Welcome to the stream. I'm absolutely fine, and we are into the realms of, I'm getting a little bit off piste here. Careful how I say that, of course. This is YouTube, and we did try to do a Manchester Piccadilly to Sheffield earlier on, and the game dumped on me. I was a bit annoyed because I've run that scenario before and it didn't work. So I thought, I'm not going to take this all the way to Buxton, but let's at least just prove that there's nothing wrong with the route as it stands between here and Stockport. Let's at least take this to Stockport, maybe a bit beyond, we'll see. And how is yourself? Yeah, I mean, these things do happen with Train Sim Classic, unfortunately. Fact of life. What's that? Hello, Andrew. Oh, Andrew 156. Well, that's appropriate because I'm driving a 156. And I love a bit of shortbread as well. We've got to switch those tail lights off though, aren't we? Because that isn't very enterprising. Can't remember where the tail lights buttons are. Got a feeling it's either J, K, something like that. Nope. Oh, hang on, no, they're over here, aren't they? Mean stupid. That's the marker light. Press the speed. Right, tail lights. That's the headlight. That's more like it. Yeah, they're a good unit actually, Andrew, and thanks again. I'm not sure if you've watched the streams before. I can't recall the name, so apologies if you haven't, you've not chatted, or apologies if you've chatted, I've not noticed it. But thanks for watching, and if you are enjoying the video and you've watched some, well, it doesn't matter whether you've watched some of it or not, but if you're enjoying the videos and you want to like and subscribe, I would be tremendously grateful. I do enjoy driving the 156. It's not the fastest unit. I mean, they were called super sprinters, weren't they? I mean, I find them slightly sluggish in terms of acceleration, but I love the Armstrong powerhouse model of it. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I think there's a place very much for both. I mean, I love I think Train Sim World brings some of these places to life and really does feel less like a game, and I love the 24-hour timetables. But you can go, yeah, you can go here, there and everywhere on Train Sim Classic. I mean, it'll need a lot of organising, but I've kind of thought before that it's actually possible to do. You can't quite do Aberdeen to Penzance, but with the aid of Trainsim Classic, you could actually do more or less the whole run from Dundee to Penzance. I mean, you would need a very old route to get from sort of Derby to Birmingham, but that's possible. There is that Jake Fuller's route, which would bring in Sheffield to Doncaster. And okay, I know usually they don't go via Doncaster, but that kind of helps you with your that bit. Yeah, and it's kind of natural. I mean, it's been around since... Crikey, when did it first come out now? Was it 2007? And again, I mean, I remember when it first came out, we had London Paddington to Oxford. We got the HST, and it had got things that Microsoft Train Simulator didn't have, because we had the first time we got proper work in AWS, and first time really with proper track joint sounds as well over the points. But it was a massively more basic than it is now. Of course, computers have improved hugely. No, mind you, this one might. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. First of all, we get to Stockport. I mean, I've driven this route umpteen times, but then I kind of decided to do a fresh install of Train Sim Classic last weekend, and I mean, curiously, that should actually be an improvement, shouldn't it? Shouldn't be an issue. We'll see anyway. It might just be a faulty scenario, I'm hoping. Anyway, we're gonna have a go at it. I love the brakes sound there. Very nostalgic. I mean, I think this is a second model for it as well, because we had there was a model for it originally, and then Armstrong Powerhouse brought out a completely brand new 156. Making no comments about whether we'll get to stop. Well, I'm making no comments about whether we've made more progress than the last time. I've just got this strange feeling that it was a bulky scenario, that somehow, I mean, I've run it before, but I just think there was an issue with that particular scenario. I mean, that serves me right for not testing it out, really. I don't know. I suppose so. I suppose so. But they were kind of introduced, really, I think, You know, before we had the 158s, it was kind of an idea for the more longer distance stuff. I mean, in a way, it felt like it was the end of an era, the fact that we weren't getting the loco hauled stuff. So, you know, things like, I don't know, Birmingham to Norwich trains, or, you know, some of the Transpennines in the early days. But well, I'd say 100% certain we've got further than we did before. Norwich Junction. We are 20 miles an hour into Stockport Station. This is an amazing sight. I think because yeah, I know, we're all right. I love the detail there, I have to say. And then even looking across, I've considered stopping in that travel lodge actually that's just there, that Regent House, because again you must get amazing views of looking across. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think it was a 156 that I remember many years ago stopping up the Highlands and getting the train from sort of Dornoch way through to Thurso. I mean, it always fascinated me because it was the end of the line, and I think it was a 156 we went on. I mean, was this maybe one of the last of the kind of Brel built trains? Where is the damn thing? Oh yeah, there we go. I might be a bit happier about showing outside views now that we've hopefully got a scenario that's functioning. But neat looking trains. I mean, okay, they obviously got the corridor connection thing. I love the sound of that acceleration, I must admit. Wow, that's amazing knowledge. Yeah, I mean, I've got quite a soft spot for the 158s as well, and I love the driving them on train sim. Hope the sounds of the train is coming through pretty clear. I'm always kind of messing around with the sound settings a little bit because it's kind of not so loud on Train Sim Classic, but if you want the train to go any louder, then let me know. Well, I was originally, but my Manchester Piccadilly to Sheffield didn't work, so we're going to go on this is a Buxton run now. I will definitely do Manchester Piccadilly to Sheffield, and we'll definitely do it in a 185. But I must download another scenario that actually works. Yeah, it's a good train. Yeah, I agree with you completely. I mean, we are due to stop at Davenport, Woodsmore, Hazel Grove, Disley, Mills, New Mills, Newtown, Whaley Bridge, Chapel on Rafeith, and then Buxton. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. I got this. I mean, this came out actually just Easter time, just before Easter. We had that kind of load of stuff coming out with the Goblin line, with 5 Circle for Train Sim Classic. And I have to confess, I mean, I did the run recently, Manchester Piccadilly to Buxton, on the Peak Forest Rail Tour thing, on the train game that is, in the 56, but I've never actually run a sprinter in this direction. Here's a 158. I think that's probably an ex-Norwich service. You see the livery's slightly old school. This scenario set from a little while back. Of the old creaking as well with the as we come to a halt. Yeah, absolutely. Again, thing of the past now, isn't it? As if by magic we're just seeing a passenger disappear. Wasn't sure then if it was actually... Oh, wait a minute. Try again forward. Must be on a slight incline, were we there? So we've got this stop coming up at Woodsmore. And I think this particular scenario is a Blackpool North to Buxton working, which I don't think is a thing nowadays. Careful of that. Very easy to knock this into emergency by mistake. Right, okay, yeah. Which part of it's going to be electrified then, out of interest? I always feel it's a bit strange. I mean, they talk about it being a circle route, but you know, you think about the circle line on the tube, it's not quite like that, is it? Just at the sound of that acceleration, I love it. Of course, there are electric services, stopping services between Piccadilly and Hazel Grove. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I always think. Yeah. I mean, the fourth bridge is just. I mean, actually, I've never actually been on a train in real life on the fourth bridge, and that feels like, you know, for somebody that's a train fanatic, that seems like a massive omission in my life, really. Probably same as Dad, but I probably prefer to see the fourth bridge than see Sydney Harbour, but yeah, probably in Street. I'd love to see Sydney Harbour. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, they even do tours and stuff, don't they? But yeah, absolutely fascinating. I mean, I think the original Tay Bridge, a bit further on in the route, I think the original one actually collapsed in a heavy storm, you know, many years ago. And the, you know, obviously the present one's been around for a long time, but I mean, some of these structures certainly stood the test of time. Yes, indeed, yeah. Again, there's some lovely detail, actually. I mean, we didn't get to have a look around, but on the Blackpool branches, which I did earlier... Oh, wait a minute. Bit of magic there, walking through the wall. But yeah, you can't see inside this one, but you can on some of the Blackpool branches one. By the way, I'm getting a message on the screen saying YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. So I'm not sure if that's if it's coming through okay. Let me know. Worries me when such statements are made. And of course, it's at this point, by the way, where we branch off from. If we were going on the Sheffield line, we would be off to the left, but we're heading on to the Buxton line on the right. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I've come to realise that when it comes up with such messages that sometimes it's Italian porkies. that old Northern Rail livery. I mean, we are on, I mean, it does feel quite lethargic climbing, but I mean, here we are on a 1 in 60 climb, so that's quite substantial from a train point of view, isn't it? I think I'm going to have to complete the run to Buxton, aren't I? I wasn't going to, but it's funny once you get into these runs and you can start to really enjoy them. Absolutely right, yeah, definitely. I mean, once we get to Buxton, I'm going to have to give it an end, really, because I was off to bed. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I must confess, I kind of like both, really. I quite like both, and it's the variety. And then I like both games as well, you know, with Train Sim World and Train Sim Classic. Both provide plenty of enjoyment. I love with Train Sim World the fact that, you know, you've not got so much faffing about. You can load the thing up. You've got basically a 24-hour timetable. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Tell you what, it's hard going up this climb. Yeah, I'm just glad that people are enjoying the channel, and I must admit I was slightly, I wasn't getting fed up, but during the summer I was kind of still putting some videos up, and I don't know, perhaps the winters, or as we head into winter, it's a bit of a better time for YouTubing anyway, but I must admit, once the sort of Train Sim World 5 came out and started to do the live streams, it's kind of given me a boost again, and must admit, it's lovely to actually chat to people and hear their thoughts and just their expertise, really. It's amazing some of the knowledge that people have come up with. Somebody uploaded, I think it was a pacer video for this route, and I think it's been mentioned, I think pacers were actually banned on the Manchester Piccadilly to Buxton route, which kind of isn't surprising, really. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. And I'm not sure, I mean, next week I'm thinking, I think with this new Train Sim World timetable for West Coast Main Line, I think it's destined to be a week where I look at that. I was thinking maybe beyond that of doing perhaps an LNER week as well, and I was impressed. LNER recently uploaded a Leeds to King's Cross, the full journey, and it was fascinating to watch that. And you know, it's great nowadays, you know, you don't have to shell out $19.99 for some of these cab rides. They're free on YouTube. But I was thinking maybe of doing a full run King's Cross to Leeds. Prefer to do it in that order because you can actually drive from the cab of the 91 then. So we could maybe, I don't know, we could perhaps do a LNER, Nazuma run on Train Sim World 5 and do that bit Doncaster to Peterborough, and then for the main part do a full run King's Cross to Leeds. I think we'll assume that the guard actually blinked us there whilst we were outside of the cab. I mean, I quite like driving the 91 as well. At some point I must do a full run on the Transpennine from Liverpool to Newcastle or something like that, because I mean, it seems ages ago now, but we did that run, myself and my brother, and back in February we had that rail fare sale on. I think we did it for £1 from Manchester Victoria to Newcastle, so I'd be quite like the idea of doing that sometime. Yeah, well, that's indeed possible, and it's actually possible to do it on one route as well, which is kind of incredible, really. I mean, the scenery's a bit ropey on the Newcastle to Edinburgh stretch because it's an old route that came out from Just Trains. Yeah, I mean, I must confess, I'm not a great fan of driving steam trains. I mean, I love being on steam trains in real life, but I find it a bit of a slight ball ache to drive on Train Simulator. However did they drive in the dark when you've got basically no view looking out of the window? Great expertise, really. I think they almost used to smell their way through the journey. You know, you see all those videos of the oh, well, I like both. I mean, I really enjoyed my HSD run a little while, well, a bit earlier in the evening when we went from, where did we go from? Sheffield to Leicester. But I do like the 91s as well. Somebody uploaded the old Channel 4 Equinox programme the other day on YouTube, Running to Time it was called, and I can remember watching that when it first was broadcast on Channel 4, and very, very interesting. Some incredible detail that they've put in Just Trains. I mean, this really does feel like you're in the heart of the Peak District. And I don't know, I've forgotten now what point we are, but is this where we can actually see the, yeah, that's the Sheffield line, isn't it, I think? But I like both. I like both the HST and the 91. I like old trains and modern trains personally. What's your preference? 156. Andrew? Wish we got some shortbread in the house, by the way. You're making me hungry. I do, and I must admit, the first, I mean, I love to watch that Joe Dobson's videos, and he was kind of the one where I saw some videos of Ormsey, and I must admit, I was almost tempted to buy it when they brought out that London add-on, but I find the graphics are, I mean, they're amazing what they've done with it, but it still feels as though it's kind of stepping back in time a little bit. I think if they brought out, you know, something like that with a, you know, better graphics, I think I'd be in there straight away. I love that. I love the look of that Berlin thing where it looks absolutely amazing travelling about. Yeah, interesting. It's hard to say really which. Glad we're not quite an all-stopper, incidentally. Oh, another good signal box there. We could literally be in the Peak District here, couldn't we? Yeah, on Ormsey. Yeah, there's some some amazing stuff, isn't there? There's some great videos, and you know, I've seen some stuff around. Is it Devon and Cornwall and Lincolnshire? Yes, indeed. Yeah, and of course that was, again, there was that huge battle in the, I don't know, 1920s, 1930s about, you know, who's got the best line, the West Coast Main Line, the East Coast Main Line, and of course that was one of his ideas. It was, hang on a minute, we can put a double tender on, and then we can actually allow a change of train crew without needing to stop, and they did the non-stop run from London, King's Cross through to Edinburgh, didn't they? And I love some of those old stories about trying to get the fastest train and everything. I mean, on the West Coast Main Line, they built something. I can't remember who the man was. Was it Stanier on the West Coast Main Line for LMS, I think. So he built a locomotive that they were trying to get a faster run on, and of course there isn't such straight sections on the West Coast Main Line, so I think they nearly derailed it coming into Crewe trying to break the record, because there's kind of a stretch through Madeley in my part of the world where it's pretty fast. I think all the crockery came crashing down the buffet car as they hit the points at Crewe. It was kind of going too fast. Love some of those old stories. And I've said it before, but you know, when you see the statue of Isambard Kingdom Brunel and at Pannington, but you know, imagine if we could bring them back to life now and they could actually see that a lot of what they created, you know, people like Brunel, if they could actually see that a lot of it still exists and has been improved upon in many ways. So I think they'd be impressed with the modern railway. thought he was East Coast, wasn't he, Nigel Gresley? Amazing stories about, you know, these old railway engineers and what they did. I mean, there's a lot of nostalgia, of course, about the old steam trains, but you know, the amount of work that the fireman and the engine driver had to put in to go through these runs. You imagine in the heart of winter on a filthy cold night where it was foggy, must have been tremendously difficult. I've just the penny has clicked. I think what you yeah, I was talking about, yeah, you mean the A4 is at the Heritage Centre, is it? Right, I see. Must admit, it's a while since I've been to the Heritage Centre as well, because we've got the old APT there. Tell you what, these climbs are high. Of course, you know, you see the mallard at York Railway Museum. Yeah, I must go round the Heritage. The stupid thing is, it's up the road relatively from where I live, but it's probably 30 years since I've actually visited it. Yeah, I've been to. It's quite a few years since I've been to the National Rail Museum, and yeah, always a pleasant day, interesting. I've been with my brother a few times, but I mean, sometimes I think he could start getting a bit annoyed about it, because I mean, he does like trains, but not to the same extent as me. So it's kind of you know, standing by a train, it's right, Dan. You know, we start talking about a particular train and like delivering a, you know, a bit like delivering a lecture on it, really. I mean, that is just simply stunning, isn't it? I think this Buxton route actually is massively under appreciated a little bit. I think there's not been a load of videos uploaded, but I think it's an amazing route. As you say, maybe it is the fact that it isn't a fast end-to-end route, and maybe people get slightly bored when it isn't. I mean, this is now feels like even steeper. I mean, we're actually losing speed. I mean, I bet if we got an adverse signal on this big slope, it'd actually be, imagine driving one of them big stone freight trains that they run through here. It'd be, you'd be struggling to stop the damn thing, start the damn thing on a slope. stopping, probably coming downhill as well. They've absolutely nailed these sounds, haven't they, on this 56? Are we in the platform? Yeah, are we? Wait a minute. No, we're not. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a lovely line, isn't it? I love... And again, that's amazing, isn't it? Look at lovely detail. Say, Just Trains have done an amazing job with this route. I mean, you look at those posters as well. We can get the camera into a decent position. Well, there you can see that one, but... Yeah, absolutely. But for my dodgy braking, we'd have got there first time. I mean, I do like the again, part of this Middle and Main Line collection from Just Trains, the Matlock line as well. You go through Matlock Bath into Matlock, and that's quite a nice little run. But it's good to see these sort of routes thriving. I mean, I suppose Buxton's fairly well used by as commuters into Manchester, really, I guess. And again, just to say at this stage, you know, we're not too far off from the end of tonight's stream, actually. But if you enjoyed the video, you've not liked and subscribed so far, then, you know, if you do, then I'd be really grateful. And thanks very much for watching. And anybody else that's, you know, not on the chat, but that goes for anybody really. If you click on the notifications button, of course you're going to get reminders, but as to when I'm next live and when videos are uploaded, that sort of stuff, I'm going to try and stick to this Sunday. I've been doing it for the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 weeks now. This is what you call a true tunnel. Yeah, this really is a climb and a half, isn't it? 1 in 58. I mean, what's amazing as well, and I've owned the route for since it came out, but they've obviously got all the quarry stuff in as well, so that's quite decent. very much a climbing off. I mean, that kind of shows you the climb, doesn't it? Okay, we're zoomed in a little bit, but I mean, what must it have been like in Steam days? Must have been absolutely impossible. I mean, actually, of course, we've got the Peak Forest route for Train Sim World, and kind of partly interested in buying it again. You know, it looks very well done, but it kind of feels as though it's nowhere to nowhere. I mean, we've got, you know, we've got Buxton included, but the other end doesn't feel as though it's, you know, sort of Chinley, is it, in the other way? I mean, I think I'd buy it instantly if they bring the 104 out. Yeah, I can imagine. I could really and truly imagine. I mean, you know, you bear in mind, you know, we're on a 156 and barely actually complete the job. And then we've got the descent now, haven't we? Tell you what, for this descent into Buxton as well, you've got to make sure your brakes are working, haven't you? You'd end up on the road on the other side of the station. Okay, perhaps I'm being a little bit overcautious because we're only doing just shy of 50. Need to keep an eye on these brakes. Again, anybody wants to watch back? We had a bit of a problem with the Manchester Piccadilly to Sheffield. That's one I must do again, but other than that, everything else worked out nicely. We started up with a couple of runs on the Blackpool branches routes, which is a lovely route for Train Sim World. And it's been pretty much a Just Trains evening, really. Sheffield to Leicester as well. Doing more than the speed limit there, wasn't there? But kind of okay. And again, another amazing signal box. I think it's incredible that they've got all the quarry lines in and around as well. Going to coast into Buxton Station. That fabulous arch at the far end. Yeah, that's right. It's kind of a thing of the past, aren't they? These old signal boxes. I mean, that's Buxton Station. Very, very famous. Lovely representation of it done. You've got this rag bag of stuff as well here, which is true to life. Love that. Again, that's exactly real. And then Buxton itself, there's all sorts of stuff going on there with the roundhouse, not the roundhouse, the crescent and the opera house. It's all in there. It's very, very well done. And it is time for a brew and time to end the stream. And thank you very much for everybody that's watched it, and I think we've had 10 likes altogether, and hope you've enjoyed the stream. And thanks for watching, thanks for the comments. It's been really nice to have chat pretty much all the way through, and it's interesting to talk to a wide range of different people, really different views. And I'll just say it one last time, if you're enjoying the video or you enjoyed the stream, and there's plenty of other content and videos to look back on, then have a look back over the channel, and not just the live streams but other videos as well. And if you are enjoying it, please like and subscribe and help to support the channel. I'd be really appreciated with that. We'll see about maybe getting a little bit of content up in the week with the new West Coast Main Line timetable coming out for Trains and World 5 for the PC. But apart from that, from me, it's a very good night. Thanks again. Thanks for watching. Bye.